Hello, hello. Sorry. I was late. Something took a lot longer than I thought it would, so yeah, let me get the game started. Okay. I think it's this one. No, it's PC game. No, it's not that one. PS5. There you go. I'm not gonna do face cam today because I think it's more enjoyable without face cam playing this game. I haven't played Apollo Justice in a long time. Like, because this game never got a port anywhere except, yeah, it didn't. It was only on 3DS or DS. I'm really excited to play this game. It's been a while since I played Ace Attorney. Last one I played I think was, uh, Chronicles, but I never finished it. I've finished I think like the first 2 or 3 stories. I still need to play that too. Um, but that one, it's been a long since I played it, so I don't really remember most of it. How's everyone doing? Hi Thunder, hi Olive, hi Narwhal. Again, sorry for being late. I was trying to get something, and I thought it would take under an hour, but nope, it took way longer than that, so that's why I'm like 15 minutes late. I'm really excited to play this again. I don't really remember everything that happened in this game. I remember most of the plot twists, but I don't remember all of them. I have no idea what this 4 is down here. Oops. I played this, like, probably the first 3? No, I don't remember the second one, to be honest. Yeah, I barely played this one. I used to play it when it came out, but then I stopped because it was like really weird. I never played Spirit of Justice. God, it's just so long. Oh, Trudy's here too. There's 4? I thought there was only 3. Oh, this is a museum. Okay, that makes sense. I don't. What's this one? Oh, I briefly remember the the girl on the right. I don't remember the yellow hat dude though. It's so weird. Is it okay? No review stream. Well, yeah, because I didn't really post anywhere. I was just like, I'll just put it on schedule just in case. I should put it on Discord right now, actually. There. Hi Emily, how you doing? Okay, so just for warning, on the first case, you know it's always that that old man that's the prosecutor. I like to give him the Toad voice, so we'll see how that goes. Well, I will say the images look a lot better high res. Oh, it's gonna be so interesting. Turnabout Trump? Oh no, not Trump. Wow. Oh, this is so weird watching this in like HD. If you've never played Ace Attorney, well, actually, I think Apollo Justice was the first Ace Attorney game I ever played. You lose. Ah! Eek! Oh no, blood. Oh no, someone died. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute now. I'm in your hands. Should come to that. Dun dun dun. Oh. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby. Number 3. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can't admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my chores, Cords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I hope I did it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down. If you get my drift. Drift gone, sir. I'm over that drift. If it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Oh, I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name's Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today's my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. I wonder who it is. Dude. How does... Okay, well, he hasn't been introduced yet. Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're... Fine! I'm fine! Mr. Fine, is it? I do remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we go? Yes, sir! No spoilers yet. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor! The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank, don't panic. It's too late. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice, but to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have courts of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. How does Phoenix Dorky Wright turn into him? I do not understand. I do not understand. Granted, like I said, this was my first Ace Attorney game, so I didn't really know about Phoenix much, and then that's why I know about Apollo first. And then I went back and played the other games, and then some of the new ones. I was like, what happened to this man? Well, let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Okay.
Today, I saw you enter this room, a fresh attorney, and now I see you leaving chains.
Winston Payne, subtle as ever I see.
The crime occurred at Bush Bull Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer. He hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say. And the defendant, you say he was?
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright, a pianist?
There's the woman that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice apparently our defense drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record? Right! I've heard of that. Use art to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use R. It sounds like it's time for some hand-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? Shady Smith.
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he's been out of the country for a number of years. He only has returned to his country recently to his place of residency, so clear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at the present, Your Honor. We believe they've first been to Bull club on the night of crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive has something to do with the defense's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let that fellow explain what I mean. As you can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed, it appears the defendant has fallen to become the basis criminal.
Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome. Come again.
The cards on the table are blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defendant was waxing poetics in an attempt to mystify those presents and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interesting customers over at the poker table. The room where we play in the competition there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker until using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano?
And an investigator you can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're spilling bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? Well, what to do? Should I ask Mr. Gannon for a refresher course cross-examination? No thanks. No need for help here, sir. I think I got this one covered. I think you do more than think. You know it, or you do not. I'm fine. The court is still ready for battle. My weapon, press and present. Find any inconsistencies and any lies in testimony and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if! Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play any. No, that's present. Whoops. Or present, not press. Hold it! You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, or respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at Bull Circle? A club. My real job is to take on interesting customers over the poker table. Hold it! They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all.
Bah! Wait, bah! Don't you take pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
Yeah, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
Ah, what?
I've been playing poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. You played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the main club's main attractions.
Hold it!
The room in the crime scene photo. is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market type backs in the day. Black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Sufficient to say that there was a lot of deals being made on the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The boss's guy around the table cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch throughout the small window. I can practically picture right now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room has a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Hold it! 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alter 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Alternate. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely, cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue, but a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall in poker, you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yeah, a game of hands. Huh? Phoenix was his bard. Yeah, pretty much in the end of the first trilogy, stuff happened, and then stuff happened. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right! It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now, that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I got myself a whole new testimony. I applied silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Uh-oh. Burying the defendant, Mr. Wright's prince. Objection! So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Oh god. Why did Pain get hair?
Too bad you the best attorney never learn how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the ball in the question, you see, and it was covered with the defense's fingerprints.
Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears in our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a ball in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone—
Objection! Oh, they would prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that.
Boom, 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 murder.
Yes! The brain cell on the bottle!
Ah! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worst. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant! Can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure it's gonna cover because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was that reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, murder was reported from the near scene, but I called for the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't pick up reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs from the hallway to go up at the ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call? Wright's cell phone added to court records. Used by the defense to notify police from the restaurant's first floor. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he chose so. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported to authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative?
Ah!
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toy? I assure you, no one's more serious about.
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say.
So, someone else in the courtroom that night of the crime? They must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up to now has just been a war, Miss Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh god, it's the girl.
The witness just state her name and profession.
Hold it just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. No, have no fear. If any horns point in your direction this court, we'll cut them off.
You are sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you're sure it's okay.
Now, the prosecution... wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses? Paraphernalia? Nalia?
Yes! She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be?
My name is Olga Orly. I am employee waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it's my pride to serve borscht as naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service?
I take it one of those other services taking the customer's pictures.
Dada. Like for example, this one.
That's the defendant?
Indeed! On the night of the murder! Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim. Wait, oh, that was the wrong voice, my bad. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is same way I could drop cold bowl of borscht on lap of customer casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Now, witness! Where were we at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is room where famous gangster, Bad Guy, was arrested. Is room where murder took place.
What?
You look uttered surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Dada, photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime? The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, Miss Witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Reminds me of Ichi in some aspects. August Chiaki vibes. I feel like that's sort of. He's very red. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hat on da. The victim, he played hold time with his hand on locket on at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened da. That man flew at victim and strangled him to death. Incidentally, who won the game?
Is it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith!
Objection! That's ridiculous! Because Mr. Wright can't lose! Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hasn't lost in 7 years!
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
Sorry.
These are pocket chips that are laid at the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far right belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Ah, I mean, yes! Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are your spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of the courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chips photo add to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. I remember like this first case was like very memorable to me because, especially after playing all the other Ace Attorney games, the first 3, this one was super long, and also it was like super ridiculously complicated. That's why I really like. That's why this game was super memorable to me. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players play with hats on da. The victim, he played whole time with his hand on his locket on his neck. Okay, let's go back. Hold it! How do you do a voice like that? You're dealing with cards. Do you do this often? Da, I'm doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, card, more borscht. It's my work. It's good to hear a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on da. Hold it! It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian-themed restaurant theme. Outside is city in spring, but inside is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoned da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket in his neck. Hold it! His locket? I believe it was good luck charm da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like the clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So, what happened next?
Then last hand is done, but something terrible happened, da. Hold it! Something terrible? Eek! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Mr. Orly, can you tell us what happened?
Oh. I was so frightened, da. I trembled with fear. That man flew at victim and strangled him to death. Hold it! But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Eek!
Oh, eek. Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like that over a game of poker? Perhaps it's because the defendant has lost game?
Yes! A crushing defeat for a man defeated! So it's always with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir! Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Wright isn't the killer. I've got you now, Orly. Okay, so logic behind this part is that this was it. Shady Smith was supposedly hit by the bottle. Oh god, I didn't even do that. But Olga is saying that he got strangled. Clearly. So let's read this first. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blood trauma to forehead. So it wasn't strangle. Oh, I didn't press the right button. Okay. Objection! Oh really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Noble customers only choke on bush. No, I mean this report shows the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orly, really now? Did you witness a crime?
Eek! Eek!
Looking at this picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yeah, it's a fact that he was hit, Your Honor! It's a floor we took of the victim with his head off during the investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit!
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged the victim his neck.
Oh really, Miss Orly? I think it caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this thoroughly once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction, uh-oh. I think what he's saying is that, even though you said that, it's still... Phoenix still has fingerprints on the bottle, so it clearly still points to him. There's one thing in your testimony that troubles me more. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as too much thinking. This horse is dead. Let's stop his beating. Oh, let's stop beating it, my bad. What's happening? There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. That night, okay. Wait, it's the same one. Look. Oh, the locket's gone. After the defendant tried to strangle a victim, he hit him with bottle. Uh-oh. So like, there's 2 ways I can go with this. So it's like saying the locket's gone, but I don't know if that matters right now. Or saying he was strangled and hit with the bottle, but there were no strangle marks on his neck. Yeah, because the locket is here. Because you can see his neck is fine. I think this is right. See, the thing about this game, if you make a mistake, it sucks. Because these have nothing to do. Oh, I can't examine it. Oh, what's this? Oh, wow, the battery is being held in place of a piece of tape. He should just really buy a new. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. I think it's this one, or an autopsy. No, it just says what killed him. I think it's this one. Objection! Objection! Oh, I was wrong. Your Honor, that statement contradicts his evidence. It does. I don't see anything contradictory. You sure about that? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make excuses, Mr. Justice. So I think it was because... that didn't go so well. Oh, maybe I need to press it first? Let's press it. Hold it! You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry. I must be forgetting that the... Witness, you shall take greater care of your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And then Chris is supposed to upset the report, I believe. The victim may strangle his victim and changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely! So you strangled him, then he hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Okay, maybe that wasn't. Cause the art. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. I was trying to look at it, not press it. Ah! I was just trying to look at the picture. So this doesn't really matter, right? His necklace is gone here too. Also, if he's playing with, while he's playing, he doesn't have it. I think, is it because nothing on the table was like moved? Because everything seemed the same, and if they were struggling and stuff, they wouldn't, the table and stuff wouldn't be like, would be messed up, right? Objection? No. Dude, I'm really having trouble with this. I don't remember how this game. I forgot what happened. Am I thinking too much about this? Oh, wait. Oh, that means the bottle. Wait, no. Because if the. Wait. No, that's not the case. If the bottle was clean, then there would be blood on it, wouldn't it? Is it trying to say that since there's blood on his head, there should be blood on the bottle? But if you hit him on the head with the hat on, it wouldn't go on the bottle, right? Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Maybe it is this? No, it's not. Do I need to like press something again? The thing is that I know the answer to like everything here. Just like this is the logic of Phoenix Wright. It's just sometimes it's just weird. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Well, there's like multiple things. Like if he was trying to strangle him, then the cards on the table wouldn't be the same because they would be messed up. Because there's no way that they wouldn't have flipped the table or like caused any like no disturbance to the table that caused everything stated how it was. So this is crime photo. This is the picture that she took. I know they're trying to say that she's the one that tried to kill them. So would the photo be technically the right one because it's saying that she was in the room with them? And that he didn't hit him, but she could have hit him. I don't think it's an autopsy report because it just says what killed him. Oh, I didn't mean to press that one. I meant to press the picture. Oh my god. I messed up. I didn't mean to press that! Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Dude, I need to get used to these controls. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Oh my god, is it? Okay, thank god. Yeah, so I think what it's trying to say is that. Well, is this before, right? No. Like, my logic is sound. I just don't know what logic the game wants me to have right now. Let's press this one again. No, I think it's the same thing. See, I wanted to go along this route saying his locket was gone. But that's not correct, right? Because I pressed this already with the crime photo. And I think it just said no. Right? Oh, it was right! Oh my god, it was right! I thought I did this already! Okay, whatever. You know, there was one curious part in the testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so tensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on Locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you're not about to raise objection to the witness' grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we're to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all? He was taking off his necklace. Wouldn't that explain it? Remember. Defendant, what do you have to say about this? Oh, he's wearing the locket. Say. Yes. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We can find the time to rest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why do I buy that? This is just a coincidence. Well, now if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony will be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about this gameplay between the victim and defendant. Duh. Man, I thought I did that. That was like the first thing I tried to do. I guess. Oh yeah, I think that was the one where I made a mistake, and then I just thought I did it. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chips from each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lost. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabbed bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of rage, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many of his old court movies. Mr. Wright say he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Cross-examination. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. Hold it! Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, no special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man begins with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus, it's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Hold it! Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Duh, of course. Huh? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? Explain? What is there to be explained?
Objection! Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not chips off the boat block, not motorcycle club, but...
Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I better ask her something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Nit, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand? Two types of chips, 100 points chips and 1,000 points chip. It's not money, Justice? Sir! Don't you find her comment Interesting. In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yes. Yeah, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add to testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness. If you would be so kind. Your Honor. Okay, I remember this part. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind of chip is worth 1000 points. Two kind in all. The one who was winning that, it was victim. So, okay, so like, if you look at the picture, I almost pressed the wrong button again. So, one is 1000, the other is 100, and there are 7000 points in general. So, if you look at the chips, you'll see, oh, you'll see who's actually winning. Objection! You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure?
I did it! It seems like your attorney's a bit confused. A glance at the pictures, I'd have to tell who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh!
Oh, I don't think so. I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct, let's see. 3 plus 1 carried the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up...
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. The both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are intended to show in the photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips, or the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1000 points, not the big ones.
Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
Objection! But wait! The value of chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Oh! Exactly. If the small chips are 1000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2900 points, and the defendant had 4100 points! Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client has even less reason to kill a victim. After all, he was winning!
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Order! Order! It appears the defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat had never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness to— Hold it! Hold it. Hold it! Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to saying this, but
Actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orly? What do you see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game end with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating? Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating. In the final hand. Oh god. Okay, I don't remember what happened here. Witness testimony. The final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheating is more obvious. The next moment, game became argument. The defendant trick was exposed. He took ball to his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Mr. Orly, why did you not tell the court from this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That was enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
Liars these days, you don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this? Some kind of secret court pokering? Justice? You know the turns 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards of the same number make a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good, now picture a hand with 1 pair and 3 of a kind. That is a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each other's hands in this photo.
Wow! Oh, sorry. Wow, they're both full houses.
We forgot there are easy ways to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Who even heard of a professional combat losing when they're cheating? Ugh. Final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. Hold it! Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, da. It is making a pair and 3 of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of the courtroom number 3. Very difficult, da, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house hard. This line of questioning a waste of time. There are 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. Hold it! 4 of each card, you say? There's 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It's interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh? You don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year! Huh? You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. Today's second joker stands for a leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year. On a deck of cards.
Uh-huh. You don't say. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Hold it! How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Obviously cheating was a foot! Or perhaps I should say, a hand!
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Uh-oh. I remembered what it was. I was looking at the picture earlier. So they're saying there's 5 aces, but if you look at the picture, there's actually 2 aces on each side, and not 3 on one side. Okay. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you're saying in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice? Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your point to finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts a witness's testimony? They said the defendant was trying to cheat? I think it was saying... Wait, history. Yeah, okay, so it's saying the victim had 3 aces, okay. Is it, wait, which was, is it hold it? No, what was it? What was the exclamation he says here? It wasn't objection, what was it? Take that! I'll take that, that's what it was. Miss Orley, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But, as you can clearly see, the victim only had 2 aces. Eek! Objection! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the witness' hand that held the 3 aces in question. Objection! Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where is this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going right here in this courtroom! Brr. 2 aces in each player's hands does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? The victim's cards? It was the victim's hands that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Can I make it the... Text skip? I just wanted to make it really fast. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's not. Enable or disable the skipping of unread text in the main game. No. Can I like make the text go faster? Oops. I don't think I can. Story mode. You don't have to play the game, you just watch it. I don't think I can. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well! Receive evidence, victim's hands. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the right stick to turn it every which way, and X and Y to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. Oh no. What is that? What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards, the back is a different color. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. What was that, Miss Orley? No, not. I merely said that I have it. Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes. Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say? The dealer. Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley, she's a cheater. A professional, I wager. Yeah. Gasp. She's a cheater? Order! Order! Focus, Justice. Trying to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shay Smith. Oh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There are 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Mrs. Olga Orley, of murder! Eek! Unless she fainted. Borscht. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
Patience lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor? It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggested connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means... This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Objection! Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defense spewing now?
Think, one of the cards had a different card back. Don't you wonder what it means?
Objection! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raise your objections right here when you're about to get off the hook! Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As we said before, we altered between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks of the club had different color backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different color backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up? We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever! And then one of the wrong colors got into the mix. Which means they were cheating!
Yeah, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raised 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah! Thanks for the juice, bolted, Mr. Wright! Of course we'll swap!
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? It can't be before. Actually, I think that's what they're trying to say, that was before. During the murder doesn't make sense. After the murder, Because I think Olga would be professional enough to not swap it. That's why she was surprised by it. Okay, I know the answer. Perhaps it's after the murder?
What? That's ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hand's been shown? That's silly!
Objection! Yeah, but tell me. How do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Objection! Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little possible.
Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pull that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Is that you show the cards when you have them, and the other person can see it, so like they would automatically know as you're cheating. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly straight out to crazy. Ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Yeah, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only to remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant Phoenix Wright and our witness, Olga Orly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? I think technically this would be Phoenix, logic-wise, because actually no, that doesn't make sense. Even if Phoenix swapped it, it wouldn't make any sense because the whole point was that Shady had 3 aces. And if Phoenix wanted to... Wait, actually, Phoenix would have lost regardless. Technically, Olga would be correct because she's the one that was swapping. It was me. Someone else is the correct answer. Like I know how the first case goes, but I'm trying to remember like what the game wants me to think. I'm just gonna say someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either? What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yeah, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the cards were swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking about how much fun all this is.
Attention! Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. And the one who swapped the cards was the defendant, and it wasn't Mrs. Orly. Then who was it?
Yeah. Well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a whole new direction. A new direction? We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hands, and that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first was swapping the wrong colored card, because the one who did the swapping didn't know 2 cards of cards are being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person who played the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
Objection! What? There's one problem! According to our case records, this person doesn't exist!
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there at night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. The trials proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this evidence should, shall we say, overturns that assumption. And that problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yeah. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Simping for Phoenix. Phoenix. That's a new way of saying his name. 11:52. Wow, it took almost 2 hours. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you're wearing, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. There's a picture of my daughter in there. It's Trudy! I'm just surprised to hear you have a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. What did she eat that night? Was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago, what I did? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never! Honest, but it is odd that you managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like a trial law? Figure out what your opponent's thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a very valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her head during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice it? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for reading. The secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I pick up these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know yet. What's he talking about? But he will soon. Almost forgot. One more thing about this whole case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my courts of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. It'll be a useful tool that can help you later. Help us later. I hated the whole mechanic of like finding like bilinguage. It was so annoying when I first played this game. It was like finding the smallest things on people. It was so stupid. I think this was the first case in the beginning of Apollo Justice or Ace Attorney series, where the first case actually had multiple stages. Because usually they're very easy to go through. They're like one case and like one chapter done. But this one has like I think 2 or 3. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor! Well, she regained consciousness!
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again?
That's the thing! saying. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusal to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not. Her real image is shown. Name's Olga Orley, that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh? Oh really? Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian, as my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness! You will tell the court what you're really up to that night! Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see. Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. She was a liar. She was... Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So, you were in cahoots with the victim? Not like he needed my help. Smith was a well-known poker player in some circles, but winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Mr. Wright. He would then pull out the plant card and the trap was snapped shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed to the cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would have dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed cheating would cast doubt on his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one low card. That was the plan. Oh really, Orley? How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You have to be to slip free from the trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orley. These titles are so funny. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad! When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the courts. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Quick fingers. Witness testimony. That night I planted a card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost their last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Next moment, Wright picked up a ball and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. Why would he swing a ball though? A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect! If that rotten cheater had messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Wright. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? So extra. I love this game too. Hi Cinnamon, how you doing? The best laid traps. That night I planned the card like I was supposed to. Hold it! This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 of the 8s to make it a full house? At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid into Wright's pocket. When was that? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we served borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good pot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. Hold it! So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. Then, there are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the planet card is gone. The trap failed. Oh. Hold it! Constar's Ace Attorney? I would love that collab. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of Hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is that correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quickfinger Orly been so readily duped. Oh really? So what did happen to the 5 of Hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask the cheating liar two-faced defendant? So the 5 of Hearts is still missing in action? The next moment, Mr. Wright picked up a ball and swung it. Hold it! Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... Oh! What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yes. Miss Orly, you're hiding something! What are you talking about? Me? Quick Fingers Orly? Hides...
Objection! That's our favorite baseless accusations!
I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? Uh-oh. That witness, for instance, Miss Orly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Oh god, here comes the hyperfocus. Whoa, what's going on? The sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch is so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Superpowers. I forgot. I forgot this game does have superpowers. Gotcha! Oh crap, I forgot what this one was. Gotcha! Miss Orly, perhaps you were unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. Such a great reasoning. You know, I think you're lying because you're scratching the back of your neck. My neck? So what? Well, indeed, Justice. I haven't noticed anything of the sort. When she said that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? But someone can't explain what he's babbling about.
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit of scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orly, whenever you recall a crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happen when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind that habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an immeasurable impression on you on your neck is this! I remember. I didn't mean to press X. I keep pressing X by accident. I meant to press A to look at it. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more about that moment in this ball, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to a crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you!
I'm telling you! This is contamination that cause wild conjecture! The witness habits! That's completely irrelevant!
Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain it later. Just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. Takes off her clothes again. But fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Hold it! You seem uneasy. Did you try standing up here? Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at a table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you got all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Yeah, he went to the first floor. Take that! Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Pool Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant. We left the room entirely! The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Oh, sorry, it's the other Orley voice. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check its pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the ball from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master cheating you turn out to be. Eek! Oh, that's what the eek was. I was like, I don't think they would make that noise. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Hey. Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming. It must have been me who's hit with the bottle, and I magic all of this!
It appears our prosecution's at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Ms. Orley a big, fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith, and the denouncement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap, someone trying to frame me. What tangle was we weave when we practice to deceive? So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Right? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Kristoff Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder? Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 cards of the cards were being used. A 4th person.
Attention! Ha! This day again! Your 4th person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape, and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? A 4th person who swapped the card made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was only one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Well, who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It is Gavin. As I expected. Your eye and ears are as sharp as your hair. His hair. I was right? Kristoff Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he know? As you can see, the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the color in this photo! Yes, but when did he say the cards were blue? It was well before his evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know the final outcome. Oof. Oh! Oh! Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff. You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
Attention! This is going beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb! This is insanity! The defense is accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm sure you, I'm quite sane.
What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware of that. I had connections to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim had never met each other!
Well, what if they had?
Huh? Huh?
There is a possibility after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Rouse staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to court. Objection! The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happen before the game of poker to be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Uh-oh. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Yes. This is Mr. Wright's strategy. He was playing this all along. And I tend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. It too, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Oh. This sounds yummy. I'm jealous. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streamed from a cut on the forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Oh. Mr. Gavin! You were at the Borscht Bowl Club that night of the murder? I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth, as I did back then and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir! He's lying and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin must Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Can't I have a normal trial? Poor Apollo. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. Hold it! You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yeah, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. You were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such at the table were from the dinner?
Indeed. The remembrance of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left after that. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. Hold it! 5 minutes? So the two of them could have just passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Objection! Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
He was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear that you're just passing in the hall?
That does sound a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. Where are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap, this is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned? The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. Okay, we're rid of this. You select the cards, blah 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 blah. Oh my god, I was gonna go do a whole thing. This is literally, we just read this! Yeah, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. The card she planted? Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Uh-oh. I actually did not remember this part. But we checked the bottle earlier, and there was nothing in it. Uh-oh.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon? Yeah, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. Okay, I guess... A battle was between the deceiver and would be deceived. That sounds like a terrific drama. A car inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, the poker head of court number 3, room number 3, approves of this battle of wits. Please provide your testimony of this new information. I discovered a trap during the game and exposed the card in the bottle. Wait, there wasn't one here. It's not here. Lies. Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No. What? Mr. Wright, surely isn't all you have to say it for yourself? I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out, or, oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor.
I will have you destroy our investigation either! You looked inside that bottle. There was nothing!
So, what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue this cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on the client's side anymore? Okay, that's the one we just did. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable, so I have to call the police.
Hold it!
You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. I was in the middle of the night after all. It was the middle of the night after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That is true. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney Gavin. So, if you remember correctly, if you know... Actually, I think we need to do this. We have to press him about first. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? It's obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law office would give me a friend rate for defense fees. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay you in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friends. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. Because of the tape? I don't know about that. I think it could be, but like I just think it's because he's broke. He doesn't want to get it fixed. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with that. Trying to see if I can find evidence of that. See, the thing is that I don't know if they said it, but he only said that the cell phone was used to call the police. So like, I think if you look at the records, he actually didn't call him from the phone. He called him from somewhere else, I think. Or I might be confusing this with a different trial. Oh! Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Actually, wait, I know what it is, I know what it is. So the thing is that if you see, this was the crime photo, so you can see his hat is still there. So the thing is that how did Phoenix know that he had a cut? Because this was after they took the hat off during the investigation, so the hat was on the whole time. I remember that. Or I just figured it out. That I actually did not remember that. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see some blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Uh-huh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it throughout the entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in the photograph. And I picked up his hat off the floor and put it on his head.
Why'd you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It's been the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon? It just seems that our client's determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to think how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to tell the truth of the case, it's now or never. And don't be misled. I haven't told you a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the car in the ball to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded a conversation. Okay, so he did call. Okay, I was confusing you with a different case. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here in any minute. I'm in your hands. Should come to that. Bone chid plat? Oh, that was a typo. Oh my god, that was a bad typo. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. Okay, no, never mind. It was correct. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defense discretion and not indicate my forehead. Oh, the judge is so funny. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this? Bone china plate. Oh, that's right! Yeah. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It comes down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor!
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as a prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. Uh-oh. See, this one has 3 parts to it. April 20th. Wow, this is like 4.5 hours in. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, it's Trudy! Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. Oh, what's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand's about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. Uh-oh. An ace? Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, there's this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to deal with the deck and draw the truth. My father's faith in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? Hey, no discussion, just he's by himself. I felt deep with the thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl, I've seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. The locket. Oh, sorry, yeah, the locket. Bloody ace added to court record. April 20th. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor! Well, Mr. What is his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone into this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing that he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald? Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Objection! Phoenix is in the defense side now. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Mr. Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore the hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. And that one time being the instance he was hit. Oh? When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to been there at the hideout, at the time of the crime. In other words, I might be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Huh? Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events that fateful night? That fateful night. The rage I sensed that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, and he appeared in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding the bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when when the call came from Mr. Wright.
So, you witnessed a murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going to go up against Mr. Gavin. This trial's getting weirder and weirder. Oh god. The rage sensed in the man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. Hold it! That man? You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So that you true nature of your client's job?
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked into the little window to the hideout. Hold it! The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble peeking into the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far everything he says makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. Hold it! How do you know it was right after the murder? Really? No need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. There he is, the coolest defense in the West, we know and love. Even when you're standing on there as a witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you changed too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead, and he appeared in the photo. By my photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head where he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you guys see the crime for us?
A bald head and conscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Hold it! Those were the only three at the scene of crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then, we're back where we started! The killer was the defendant. Phoenix Wright, who else could it have been? What? We didn't talk to you, but why did you talk to the police?
Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Mr. Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Objection! There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime! Justice, I just said I saw no one there. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said! Yes, this mysterious fourth person, who will conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Huh? perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo. The card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out cards has been raised. Can you point to a reason? So we got the card from... Is her name Trudy or Trucy? I thought her name was Trudy, I could be wrong. I don't know. We got the card from her, but then you can't... So like, how things work in the court is that evidence can't be just given like that. They have to be presented before used as actual evidence. So if you show evidence that's not part or not presented, it doesn't count. But I don't know if that counts in this situation. Trucy. Not yet. No, not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet? Ha! Pathetic! Not yet? Try not ever!
Well, Mr. Gavin? Oh, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great. I don't know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo? Yes, sir? Don't forget, you already know the answer. You just don't realize it yet. I already know the answer? Take a moment to think it over, okay? Okay, I think I can just show it. I think I can just show it. You say Mario in Toad's voice?
Mario!
Objection! Worry about this. Okay, I guess I'll show it. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Is this a... Take that? Or is it a object? I think it's take that. No, I think it's objection. I think it's take that. Take that! Okay, let's take that. My reasoning is, this!
Is that an ace?
Why? Why? It's got blood on it! Right next to the spade. What?
This is insane! Why was I told about this?
Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Bowl Club that night after the murder occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No! Impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if the trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for?
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going on with this? Take another look at the photo, at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell off to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose? The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Objection! Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken the car from this crime scene. And now, I told you. That's one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see? Objection! This is baseless conjecture. Baseless! Objection! Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How can a single drop of blood in a single car can lead us to the truth? It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Boom, 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 boom. 3D imaging? The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victim! Take that! Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Oh! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood wouldn't fall on the floor. The blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right! So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we're sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around? Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates contradiction if the victim was facing away? The killer. Right? Yeah, because the killer, if he was facing that way, you won't be able to hit him with the bottle like that. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yeah.
Objection! Yes, but where are you sticking those stats? Why did the victim suddenly turn to face a wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will come to light soon.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Let's look at the diagram. Apollo, the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here. Where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's dig it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Here. Take that! The killer had to be standing, well, here!
Attention! You got points for fire, but that's about all you get!
I thought I was on something here. I thought I was on something there too.
I hurry to point out that standing there would be impossible! Impossible! The victim's facing a solid cupboard! Why are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit it from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. If there was the only place a killer could be standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there! What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout. Immediately! Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? What? There's one more thing you men should look for. Please get this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I did my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... Paul, try moving the cupboard. Oh. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it had to have been shown here. Uh-oh, that means Gavin couldn't have seen it. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator is this diagram contradicting what we know about the crime? The second witness. Take that! About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would have completely covered up the window to the stairs! Oh! That's right! Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin! What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window of that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain this to the court? Exactly. Where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law. And I will have order. We just received word from our investigation team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They examined the cupboard into the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there was a secret passage behind it. What? Yeah, I believe I mentioned something about the source before. This is one of the tricks to a room many of the regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage? Where does it go? There is that connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. Gasp everywhere, gasp. Hi Max, hey there. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for a last hand. Here's the real crime scene. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's returning from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. There, I asked what really happened that night. Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny. They crouched, hidden in the secret passage behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. The chance came, and he took it. Eek. What? Why'd you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Uncle Orly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Their killer stepped out from that secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... BAM! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. A single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the car on the floor. I was gonna say this now. There's a little plot hole in this. I wonder if anyone figured it out by now. The fact that they were all red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne!
Yeah! Yes, Your Honor!
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant here, he is hereby clear of all suspicion.
Ah!
Believe me when I say that I don't believe it happened, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Objection! Oh, no need to apologize. I'd rather enjoy myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Quite frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. It is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone guilty or innocent here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Objection! Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this is bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes! The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down!
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demands an explanation. You can think of only one reason why one would hold a ball upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a ball upside down other than to... don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another one? Take another look at the court records. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver the verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demands an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense will care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints in the bottle are upside down? What is it? Take that! Take that! I already know the answer. It's exactly easier to show than explain, Your Honor. Exactly easier to show than to explain, Your Honor. Place that ball on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yeah. Yes. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You can actually go pick up the ball by its neck. With your fingers. Upside down. This reading's a little iffy, but whatever. You don't have to do it this way. You can just like grab it like this. Like you can grab it not upside down. I mean, naturally you would, but whatever. Look at this photograph taken the night of the murder. Defendant Mr. Wright sat here, playing piano, balls of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked the ball upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the ball on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the balls from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactics of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where is your proof? Proof? Oh, well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, where you initiate the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Oh, yes! I have your memo about it here. Retrieve the balls from under the piano at the Borscht Blower Club. And here's one of the balls in question. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that, but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright? That bottle solved this case once and for all. What? There's something in the bottle. That's some bottle. Uh-oh. Something in the bottle! It's the 5 of hearts. There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orly? Yeah, our little swindling Devoska. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're not telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of evidence, testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Kristoff Gavin! Oh no. He looks dejected. Oh no, he's getting mad. He got mad! The 5th ace of spades. That's all. And he mad. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix, right? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took over your attorney badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing changed. All I did was point out the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! What about me? Do I get to prosecute anyone?
I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do we have a report for us on Kristoff Gavin?
He's admitted everything! We're seeking his arrest now!
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of!
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we need to know about him.
I'll arrange a full investigation, Your Honor.
Good, Mr. Wright. Yes. 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Kristoff Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustices would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, the defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our own initial trial system. We had to set it right. Mr. Wright? Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, it seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Woo! Fireworks! Woo! Confetti! What courtroom lets you have confetti? Dang, this is like the longest, I think, first case. I don't know about the new ones though. I think the new ones they actually go to a really long case to begin with. Yeah, that whole session took 6.5 hours. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you, Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability? Ability? Yeah, a sensitivity I lack. You come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is that true? Of course it's true. Okay, we already saw that. What was that, Mr. Wright? You have to figure that answer to the question yourself. The answer... right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have done to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know? You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Trucy. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off the neck of his neck the night he died. But it looked like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is this locket really does belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified, you said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture in it. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the strangest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I maybe have a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin getting led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Huh? You mean at the Wright and Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned my badge, yeah. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. Was this? No, sorry, it was the wrong one. Take that! You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yeah, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? Okay, wait. He forged evidence! My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yeah, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But, you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney! Who's calling himself an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters now, does it? Ugh. Ah! I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office address. Drop it if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. He looks so different compared to like the attorney. He looks so much more like confident. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. Oh, sorry. That's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I figured that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. This game is so good. We'll do like a little bit of the next part, because I want to see the prosecutor. Yeah, baby. Rip. I'm gonna use the restroom though. I have to watch this. I forgot what the second case was all about. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Oh, it was Ramen Man! I forgot about this man. I don't remember what happened in this case though. I remember it's Ramen Man. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you die. Actum, baby! Actum, baby! June 15th, 9:12 AM, Wright and Co. law offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial. and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Ryan Cola offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yeah, well, you must have had at least one. Well, I guess defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. But a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Uh-huh. Go ahead, show me! Defend! Give it all you got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks? We want people to be laughing with us. Not laughing at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend now? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Right and Co law offices, right? Oh, I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came to meet with the person in charge. Well, you apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Right this morning! Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again? What's there to read? Look, it says right there! Oh. Why does it say Right Talent Agency? Welcome to Right Talent Agency, where you always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. It all came following back. The trial, that girl. Hello, pick a card. Lock it. That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy, right? Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh, whoa, these are so different. They're like colorized and everything. Right Talent Agency. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet! Daddy started 7 years ago, when he quit law. Of course, we only had 2 people signed up right now. 2 people? Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm professional, you know. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is... Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words? Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Trucy Wright. So, you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right, after Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. Some kind of his sugar daddy, get it? No. I'm in charge of this whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? He's 33 this year? I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? Huh? You know about that too? Not the details. I remember the news though, it was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic? It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now. And, I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. The Hickfield Clinic. Oh god, I remember the doctor too. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. God, I swear, the tone voice destroyed my throat. Okay. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital? Oh god. Is there, yeah? Yeah. Are you the doctor? Yep, Dr. Hickfield the name. Good morning, doctor. Oh, hi there, Juicy. Cute as ever. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How you doing, Miss Juicy? Got any place you like examine? Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't the daddy, oh, the cutest little thing in town. Oh, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Juicy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. What happened? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit? And you were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit the telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. He survived a freaking hit and run, hit by a pole, all that it got damage was his ankle. There's something that, well, it doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big, not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. Well, you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Hehe. Aw, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate your talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. He's be put in jail. So, why did you contact me? What could the Wright talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come to the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. You don't think this is a big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and only one of them's in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other two must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly? Uh-huh? What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy! Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. They're all just tricking him. Alright, so who's the client? Yeah, here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Al Dente. Al Dente! I played piano there, of course. That's when it happened. A car sent me flying next in the telephone pole. And zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell a story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You want a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into the telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up, I was just joking. Huh? Oh, Daddy, sorry Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accent too, would you? I marked the scene of the scene of the tragedy on this map. Right in front of the People's Park. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all? Let's move. I think our client is a ramen man. I don't remember who is in this case at all. I remember the ramen man because he showed a picture, but that's it. And Emma's here, but she's a very recurring character. Hey! How long are you planning on making me wait? Eh? Good morning. Hey there, Trusty Doll. Sounds like you pops had a bit of a rough spot, huh? Well, all's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client? Hey, so this is the Polly fella, huh? Oh, yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like, ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? You noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been capped. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldun from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course not. I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodle in town. Eldon's Noodles? Whose noodles? My noodles! Help me out here, Trusty Doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldun. Our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldun? If you haven't gotten the reason why he's named like that, just think about it. Or just look at it. Anything for you, Trusty Doll. Who's this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldun. Guy Eldun's name. And noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect suit for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations, give a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passed the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Hey, and full that I was, I pushed it away. Everyone gets my pops and pick another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh? There was no denying. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So it was like destiny that brought you, that you became what you are? Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I forgot. I fought it. But then I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldon's Noodles. So tell me more about Eldon's Noodles? You don't know the genes that are my noodles? I make them so salty. Why? They're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequents my pop stand back during his attorney days too. Yep, him as assistant. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bull about now. What do you mean? It was stolen! My stand! Gone! Stolen? Stolen stand. It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Oh, complaints. Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for a night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone! My keep, my castle. Ooh! Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without the stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. And that's the saddest thing I've ever heard all day. You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck. Good? Huh? Wait, what exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back, the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls will kill a man. Then I really need a defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any information, okay? He's ignoring what he's saying. Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Bye, Eldon. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Listen to this lady's problem now. Don't be cruel! I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey! What's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, oh, I bet he left. Someone stole a pair of my panties. Panties? His face? True's request. Trucy's request. So they were, stolen your, my panties, yeah. Right, panties. That's a crying shame, that is true, Strucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them. My favorite panties. I ran after him, giving those back. Give those back, I shouted. Wait! Where did that doll come from? Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame, yup. Well, at least seeing the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there'll be an empty bowl in your future, Polo. Right. And you help out Trucy doll here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday and now we have 3 cases. I guess? Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list. Phoenix right. Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's gonna pay for us? Who's gonna pay for us for this again? And the second item, Mr. Eldon's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? Aren't you enthusiastic? How can I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run and stolen stand? And last but not least, stolen panties. Oh god. The accident scene of stand theft? Let's go to the accident scene first. Oh, it's the Yakuza people. I forgot about these people. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by the car? According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Uh-oh. Let's question there. Okay. I'm a little curious about the grandma. The park over there too. I remember her. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? That's quite a house you got there. You must have a lot of money. Husky voice? Whoa, money. Sounds like something my son would call his friends. Is this the Kitata family mansion, little girl? Huh? You kid with the hair. You want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't just leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family is... They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. You're going to ask something. Ask it. If you're mad enough. What? Right! Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki. Wife of the four-feathered Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice Attorney at Law. If Lux could kill this woman, would be mass murderer by now. The Kitakis. Little Plum? That's a relief. That's a really cute name for someone so... Yes. Yes. Whoa. What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters. Gangster. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. The bad guys, I like that. I like the sound of that. I'm gonna need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things are as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So, you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Last night's accident. So, there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Last night... Of course! You wouldn't know... Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy! I should have known. One of our couples thought he made a great point man. Couple? Point man? Could you avoid using too much, industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been clearing up this mess since morning. Blah. Cleaning up this mess? Oh, cleaning up this paint? Expired paint. Was this paint spill at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. I found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You, my husband, the boss thing for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. then turned to the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our walls, you see. I'm sure that dragon's glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yeah. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see? How noble of him. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just a pain on the street to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. That's it? Okay, we'll look on this side, I guess. Well, I guess we'll just look at the paint and stuff. There's paint splash all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. And I'm glad to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course! Then we can make them clean up their own mess! You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, but I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I bet you do. I laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Wow, what a big house, and the gate's so big. The Kitaki family is pretty big around these parts. I like the fox, it's so cute. Ah, that's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? We're clever as the fox and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Ooh, how about the scales of justice? Or a lunar launder? I'll pass things. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. Oh, sorry. That was Apollo said that. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job, right? He's the third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here, the second on my kimono. So I... No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Okay, let's go to the... How do I... Oh, I do. Okay. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story. You know? But there's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. I know she's important, but I forgot who that was. Oh, so I need to examine here. What is this? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now, don't tell me where I can go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my own way home. Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see something someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. You got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play somewhere else? We're not kids, and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong. Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Oh, there she is. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are... Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydro... Maximilian dosage trace? Come again? What's hydro stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. try to keep out the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this? Why don't we go ask the nice woman across the street? Oh yeah, that nice woman. I gotta say, I really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in! Unless you want a full face of Hydra. Hydra, what's it? No dice. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. A Tetris slice sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? Hmm? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it was smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which one do you want to take? You can take both. You can just hold it. Slippers. Is there anything else? Oh, no, nothing there. Why is it? Oh, it's because I can get it back. Okay. People Park. Huh. Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder if it's named. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Huh? Oh yeah, it says donated by Big Wins Kitaki. You mean the Kitaki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? Gangster building a park. Odd move for a crime boss. Yeah, I think that's it for that side. Okay, let's go back and talk to Plum. People Park. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened to the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss was saying. Chicago, huh? Gunfire, someone was killed. Strange circumstances too. You're kidding! What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen in your house too? A crime without honor, without remorse. The private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. Huh? I got a bad feeling about this. Me, Little Plum Kitaki, the victim of Panty Snatcher. What? So, it wasn't just my panties that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard words that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Miss Kitaki's panties have much in common. I just imagine Miss Kitaki's panties. I know. We'll find your boomers too. Great. Show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time? Oh, it's her again. That girl from before. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too? Miss! Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office, we'll be waiting. Goodbye. Why'd you give her our flyer? I don't know, she seems like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty, she doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. So are we done with this area? Let's go to the scene of the stand thief. Isn't that the park too? Oh no, is that in front of his house? June 15th, scene of the stand thief. So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldon's Noodles house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from? Oh, look at the doggy. I can see a picture of a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Ooh, this was the place with the shoe. Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign. Maractus Clinic? Oh! That's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran to his clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties? I doubt that. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier Victory Bowl gets, just remember that. And this bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Eldon's Noodles. So, your stand, Eldon's Noodles. So, your stand's Eldon's Noodles, was it? Hey, passed down from father to son. That stand seen Sheriff's old Salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, Eldon's Noodles, was stolen? Oh, it wasn't just a stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I just didn't lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time you bought a new one anyway? Stolen stand. Are there any more details you can give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town. I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for the late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease, and I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? I washed up on the salty shores of Rune Nation. The stand had my whole life in it, nay, my whole being. They took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least there's one bowl left. Look, there's one on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl, my last bowl. Please, please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. The garage. What garage? That's it! That's where a thief who snatched my panties ran into. Oh, the clinic garage. It's a crying shame, that is. If they had steel, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you? I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Huh? Why did I take a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out the garage thoroughly. Examine. Examine the bowl. Is this yours, Mr. Eldon? Hey! There's the heart and soul of Eldon's Noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup, pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away from my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy. I'm begging you. Doggy. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Apollo, let's find a stand soon, for Spoon's sake. I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character though, just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. Save the light? There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light? Save the light? Indeed, Mr. Eldon's house is practically in the dark here. I guess the hospital's clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since I built that monstrosity. Bras needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. That seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. It looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes? How environmentally conscious? You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. I wouldn't eat there either. That's quite a sign. I take it that's N-O-O as opposed to old? Oh, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I mean to write noodles, but ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself, and spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power willful denial thing going for it. Oh. That's the place, right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty, with that blue tarp there. So you use that plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, Sonny boy. Not bad at all. Okay, I think that's it. Where's Harry? That doorway sure is sparkly. The Miractus Clinic? Huh? Looks more like a casino part than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Honey, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? Think about Phoenix Wright, you have to like click on everything. Looks like they have a special offering going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, now's a chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. I understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Sorry miss, no going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no, nothing to be seen here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Miractus clinic. You can say Mr. Eldon. We can ask Mr. Eldon. He's their neighbor after all, and all. And we should check out the garage. What if the thief who stole my pants is still there? Let's present some evidence to him. This. Sorry, Sonny boy. Am I interested in for my stand? Purchase. Okay, just never mind. Maybe I have to show him this. You can tell my bowls by the Mr. Salt logo. The mascot of Eldon's Noodles. They come to the stand, they sit, they drink deep from that bowl. And when they see that bottom, when you see the bottom, their face just looking just like Mr. Salty's. Genius, no? Very high concept. You can't apply a trade if you don't love the tools. Remember that. Yes, sir. Trucy has a thing for professionals, clearly. I want to look at it. What does it look like? I forgot. Oh, they all look like that when they get to the bottom. Mr. Salty, he's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it. It looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red part. Can I help if I like red? What's on the bottom too? Look at these. Uh-oh, paint. What do you mean no clues there? The bottom's covered paint. Huh? What's this weird shape here? Looks like a leaf was stuck at the bottom where the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline was left when the leaf was removed? Ugh, I got paint on my hand. Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. We can't even look at the... Okay, whatever. Okay, so I think we're done with this area. Let's go... Oh, we can't go in the garage. Let's go in the garage. Oh. Already look at that car. It doesn't have the mirror. Why is there a cat up there? This is a place. This is where the paint snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a penny snatching. Clues like a pair of panties. Drucy, did you try not saying panties so many times? Oh god, look at the head. Eek! Someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton and painted gold? There's a mannequin head waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Kitty. Hey, a kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow. It's not coming down. We do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Their witty banter is so funny. There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. I have to have a stupid, like, mirror with me to look, to be like... What's this? Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Interesting car, the phone. I mean, Oh, what's this? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow! I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out the car. I always check out the tailpipe. Everyone's gonna have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funnier if... Hey! There's something in here! What? Wait a second, are these your... Oh! My panties! What? Already? Well, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They're coming home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're not going to put them on now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa! Where'd that come from? Where'd you get that bolt? How'd that bolt get in your panties? My panties are in extra dimensional space. Anything can fit in them. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties? They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Gone. Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the slight double that ran off the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage. Anyway... Well, yeah, I know we're not. We can't be like, what is that? I wonder if we saw something like that before. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You're You're keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. See, look, it's so stupid. I have to go get the stupid mirror, even though we know it exists. And you could just carry both of them together. Not that I can think of. No? Then what are we smiling about? Oh, I wasn't smiling. It was just dust in the air. I thought I was going to sneeze. Achoo! Well, don't make the face that, achoo! Are so misleading then. I know yawns are contagious, but sneezes? Well, I'm sure there's gotta be a clue somewhere. Let's keep checking things out. Okay, well, I can't check that apparently. Oh, that is one. Oh, okay, never mind. It's about the car. I thought I was gonna... Yeah, just get me out of here. Let's go. Let's go here. I wanna talk to Plum about... Not examine, oops. Present. This. Okay, never mind. It's a cell phone. Whose cell phone is it? I guess we don't need to do that. Let's go get the... this first. I guess we do the slippers later. Well, you have your magic panties, so I feel like you can just keep both of them now. Okay, now we go back to the garage. Now we can boom, boom, boom. Okay. Fast forward. Okay, show evidence. I think I do have just a clue you got in mind. That is not what I meant to press! Oh my god. That's your clue? Sorry, but that leaves me feeling kind of clueless. Like father, like daughter with the humor, apparently. There's no need to bluff here, Apollo. Say that for the court. Thanks for the advice. I didn't mean to press that! Oh my god. Show evidence. Say that! My clue is this. Whoa! It's the same color and the size of everything! A perfect match! I guess we could check it out. 2 pieces of garbage with paint. Oh my god. Why are we going back to this? Well, it looks like we just solved another case. So the car hit Daddy last night. It's sitting right in front of us, yep. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trudy. Apollo? Huh? What is it? Now that we solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. Leave. Okay, I guess we'll go back to Phoenix. Is anyone? I feel like that girl might be here. Oh no, it's just Trudy. Okay, let's go back to the Hickfield Clinic. Oh, it's the crap. What's the TV series in this game? It was like something samurai. I don't remember. Huh? Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination? He'll probably be back soon. Let's wait. I think it might take some time. Daddy's always loved his examinations. Don't ask Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yep, I guess you're right. The Steel Samurai, that's what it was. Television has been left on to an episode of The Steel Samurai. Looks like the same episode as before. Must be his favorite. Mr. Wright's bed. Wow, what a mess. Trucy must have been in charge of cleaning at home. So many things here, Jesus. A swaying spiral stack of DVD cases. Looks really ready to collapse. Better keep my distance. So where are we going now? I guess to the right agency. Oh, no. Do I need to talk to you about something? Oh. What? You want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? The case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side when you work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If you don't need the police, then we don't need defense attorneys either, right? Ah, fine. I'll look for your penny snatcher. Any leads? Well, do we have any leads? One moment. Alakazam. Alakazam. Whoa, where all these others come from? So what happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. Okay. I think we need to go back here. Do we need to present something? Let's present this and see what they say. Sorry, kid. I got no idea what you're talking about. Okay, now. Oh, I found out who this mirror belongs to. Oh, you're tougher than you look. Spit it out. Who was it? Where do they live? I just forgot. I remember, Paul. It was the Miracatis clinic. Shh. Why? I'm right, aren't I? Miracatis, yes. Why is she so quiet all of a sudden? Is something wrong? No, pay me no mind. Thank you for the information. Oh, okay, I guess we don't get any more information about that. Okay, it's just the same thing. Do we need to talk to Eldon? Eldon, whatever his name is. Okay, nope. Okay, I didn't think so either. Thank God he didn't say anything about the panties. Let's go back here. Maybe we need to ask her about something else. Nope. 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 Okay, no. Can I present stuff to them? Okay, no, it just goes to Plum. Okay, so done. Maybe now I can go talk to her, right? I just had to talk to her about the mirror first. I don't know why I have to go here and then to Hicksfield Clinic. Okay, nope, that wasn't the right answer. Maybe I need to ask people about the shoe? I feel like we're done with the mirror now. Unless there's just something I didn't examine in general, because that sometimes happens. Oh, can I ask about people? I forgot. No, I can only ask about stuff. Okay. Can I talk to you? Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of what's it? No dice. Okay, no. Let's just take this. Oh, this is a different dialogue. Oh no, please knock yourself out. Don't mind me, I'll be waiting over here. Just so we're clear, searching through trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? What? Did I take both? Wait, why isn't it not letting me get the shoes? confused. Do I have the shoes? No, I don't. What happened to the shoes? I can't get it. Oh, bye Thunder, thanks for coming by. Why can't I get the shoes? Are they just not evidence anymore? Whatever. There's no point going into the garage again, right? No. Pretty sure I examined everything. 80? Oh. Oh, the ladder. Look, it's a floating ladder. Ollie, they call it a step ladder. Come on. A step ladder? How is that different from a regular ladder then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form, at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Yeah, now I think we examined everything in this garage. I swear if that was a reason why, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Do you have something else to say? Oh. Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I bet. If anyone's at risk of getting food poisoning, that police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what's coming to him. The wrong crowd? Never mind. Never you mind about that. Okay, now I go back to clinic? Oh my god, that was the reason why. See, you have to like do everything. Yo, how'd it go? Daddy! How do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Little dad gets some well-deserved R&R. The other needs their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is so overwhelming. Progress report. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing! He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole it. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find out the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently he was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? The Kitaki family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. People Park. It looks like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more usual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case for your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties! At least a noodle stand. Huh? Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'll be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Goodbye, Blood Pro Cool. Hello, Pro Bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. The office? Oh, I guess we're gonna meet the girl here. Right? Anything agency. Yep, there she is. I don't remember her name. Who is she? I don't remember her. You're the woman from the Kentucky place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter. Something's the matter. You want our help, right? Well, you come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. Oh, not examine. Your request? Your request. Let me guess. Something has been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending so? I thought. What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client. Actually, the client would be my fiance, I suppose you call him. Fiance? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? Tiala's story. So, what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster? Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change, quitting my boring job, with the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Miss Kitaki, I like the sound of that. I'm not so sure your daddy would care much for that. Murder in the park. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol, but I heard the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name is Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Oh my god, I remember this dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot about this dude. Well, that's quite the photo. I know. Oh, he can be so powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yeah, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right, my first sole defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepare a letter of request. I need those. Letter of request. Right, let's go checking out the scene of the crime. Finally, we can go. Oh, let's go see Waki, whatever his name is. Oh god, I don't know what voice to give him. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in shell. Where Lariat is it, the place where the battle begins. You need something. Yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Drat, oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. Okay, I guess we can't see him yet. So let's go to the park. We need to go here first. I was like, oh, uh-oh. I know whose motorcycle that is. So this is it. This is it. My first murder crime scene. It's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Talia must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, wait. Excuse me, coming through. Uh-oh, it's him. It's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say I'm used to being inspected by ladies. But this is the first time I felt this way of a man. Mr. Gavin? Oh, why do you look so similar? Ah, Fazlin. What is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? Yes? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted, standing out here. I'll take you to the scene of the crime. Oh, really? By your leave, officer. Yes, sir! Of course, sir! Very well. This way, Fadlin. Whee! Hey! What about me? People Park. Oh, we found the stand. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Fadlin. I'll be right on it. Ooh, what's that? Paul, look! A corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. May I ask exactly what you're doing here? Emma. Oh, it's you. How'd your kids get in here? Oh, it's this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmer's flop always gets in my way. Anyway, this scene's off the limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I recognize the handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says it was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you now to stay out of the way. Anyway, I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs just in case. The case. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. I forgot about this. Munch, 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 munch. Munch, 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 munch. Oh my god, how long is it gonna go? We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. Never seem to get a lucky break. Back up for 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Your story. Is she just gonna keep eating? Detective Sky? Quiet. Oh yeah, she's not gonna talk. I remember this. There's only one way to make her talk. We have to find out who he is. And I know who he is. I can't remember if that case they added that case after this game or before the game. I think it was before the game. Yeah, I think we can't do anything because she's gonna be like, no touchy. So we have to just come back. Oh, the stand. Oh, I can't look at it? Oh, no, okay. Apollo, look! The stand! It says Eldon! I've noticed. Well, we saw the case of the missing stand at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. But we can't do anything else because Emma's gonna be like, stay away. So let's go. Do we need to talk to Eldon? Eldun? Whatever his name is. Oh, he's gone? Oh, Mr. Eldon! Hello? Looks like he left. We found stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Aw, what a bummer. Paul's like, I don't want that. Was before his game. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think it was after. Back to Hicksfield. I swear if he's gone too. Thank God. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Ooh, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? Is there a problem? No problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That's a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request is for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. I like this Phoenix. Like, snarky Phoenix. It's so funny. Well, I mean, Phoenix has always been snarky. Murder. So, about this defense request. It's related to the murder in People's Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. Sky connection. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on the case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. Dang, Apollo's... Wait, how old is Apollo? Like 26? Unless... I don't remember how old Sky was. I would assume they're talking about first grade. If that's the case, it'd probably be around like 23 or 24, right? Because that was 10 years ago. I don't remember how old Apollo is. That's my daddy, he knows all the police types. Oh, wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy? That shiny prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Mysterious prince. Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucies. Indulge your concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after all. After a fashion. Calvier Calvin. Rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier? What a lovely name. So dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, the detective woman won't let us in. Go to the office under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. It's 2021? Okay. That's what I thought. I think it was in his 20s, like his early 20s. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. White powder. Underneath this. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more suspicious. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. I have to go here and I have to go People's Park after. Uh-oh. Miss Plum is gone. Oh, now examine! Present. Does this ring any bells? Huh? Is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I bought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? He seems so shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'll be able to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks? You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence of fingerprints on it, please let me know. What does it for fingerprints? Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Ooh, we should get the fingerprints on those shoes. Or footprints. So let's actually go around. Oh, there's a knife here. It's a knife. A shift to be precise. Ooh, lingo. The defendant Waki Kitaka is the son of a known gangster. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on the shift. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Boom. Right, first choose a fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots! That's right, pick the one you want to analyze. I guess the one that's the most pronounced. And no problem, everything's coming back. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Then, with a press of A, like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on. And blow it off. Blow? It's just like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use X and... Oh. Wow, amazing! It's like magic! Is it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. And then... blow. Ooh. Are we not done? What? What? Oh, I thought X would just like blow all of it out, but you had to hold it. Good, clean, quite impressive. Next, to match the print, the police office has samples so you can tell whose fingers this print belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the prints. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose night this is already. Wait, we haven't even seen this person yet. I mean, we know about him, but... Analyze. Mirror, 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 mirror. 10 out of 10, 20 out of 10, 15 out of 10, 16 out of 10. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yeah, isn't it amazing? The power of science is my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial's even started and I'm already losing. Okay, so we found a knife. Oh, we can talk to Sky now. Or Emma. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster? Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Maractus. Oh. Never mind. Okay, I forgot what the name meant, but now I know what it means. I just received an autopsy report, in fact. Maractus autopsy report ad. Oh my god, I just remember what his name meant. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. That's so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is Guy Eldon. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldon's Noodles, Mr. Eldon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saves me a lot of work, thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean you didn't... You mean... What did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for his crime scene. At the sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh? Were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic science, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in criminals affairs. Just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose there was an option. That was an option, but... I had a lot of favors to repay the people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Ryan's people helped me out. I owe them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, right? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently in the detention center. I see. How was he arrested in the first place? You're a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his... by any chance. Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Huh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Could you tell me a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's a physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car is parked there? Maybe that's why the cop car is parked there? What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, thought it was on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Miracutus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Well, that's me! Okay, I'm tired. Oh my god. I thought I was be able to at least get to the court part of this by now, but apparently not. And there's still a good bit left to do, because we still have to talk to Waki, and then I guess some more evidence and stuff. We'll continue this later. This is really fun. I forgot how fun these games are. There's only 4 episodes in this. I mean, the last 2 are pretty long. I thought there was 5 episodes in this game. I sort of vaguely remember the last episode. I know where it takes place. I remember the 3rd one, how that takes place. But I don't remember like a majority of what happens in the cases. This one, as I'm going through it, I'm learning more. I'm remembering more, but not really. I remember the conclusion of this case. Barely. I don't remember the people involved. I remember one little plot point of it though. But it's not like yeah, I don't remember like the biggest plot twist in this case, and if there is one, I don't remember. It's so fun. Yeah, this, Apollo Justice and like all the Ace Attorney games are really fun. I've been wanting to play this game for a while, and well, I was gonna play it like what, a month ago, but I finally got my cable to like work, or I got a new one to work, so I can have it on my monitor and for it to stream. It was a lot of fun. I don't know. I might play this again tomorrow. We'll see. I guess I'll post it on YouTube or whatever, and keep everyone updated. And I still sort of need to play Yakuza. I haven't played Infinite Wealth yet. I have it, but I need to play it. But anyways, that's it for today. Hopefully everyone had fun. I had a lot of fun, and we'll continue this maybe tomorrow. We'll see. And yeah, so hope you have a good day or night wherever you are, and I'll see you next time. So peace.